welcome to another live stream. Once again, tonight, Sunday, I am working on a Visual Studio Code extension called Auto Build Marlin, and it's got uh, stuff is happening. I've got it to the point of working, and I did some tricks. So I actually did a little extra work after I stopped the stream yesterday, and I continued. And what have I done? Let's take a look. And why am I speaking in this ridiculous accent? Well, and I noticed that I slicked my hair back, and I noticed I look very Eastern European, and so I'm going to embrace my Finnish side tonight, which I don't know what a Finnish accent sounds like. Not like that, I guess. But any random accent, works these days in the world of Marvel. As long as you sound somewhat foreign, you're good. So what's going on, people? Having a breezy Sunday evening. I just got up not long ago, really. What is it? It's 8:30. I probably woke up at 6:30. So I'm having coffee in my borrowed Donald J. Trump mug, which I need to return to the office. I borrowed it from, but here it is. It's yeah. I ironically drink out of a mug of someone I'm not a big fan of, to say the least. Don't be like Donald, kids. Okay, check it out. I've been working on some things, and I'm printing way too much stuff in the console, as you can see. I put my head up in the middle because as I work on this kind of stuff, it seems to be a good place to be. I'm doing the accent again. Sorry, I can't seem to help myself. Well, it's the stupid hair, man. I'm usually a little more shagged out because, yeah, I just, roll out of bed, code, go back to bed, code again. It's the way it is these days, but there's so much to do and so much to get through, and especially, I never hear an end of complaints about the difficulty or the wish for different ways and better ways of configuring Marlin. And, I'm still married to the two configuration file concept. I still like them because they're easily portable. You can just, two files, boom, you're done. And maybe two more if you want to screen, you know, boot screen or special icons on your graphical display or some other things, But I'd like to make it more modular in general, overall. I'm trying to think that way. But breaking up the config files into like dozens of config files, it just makes it harder to, for people to share their configurations, I think. Just a thought. So keeping them consolidated was kind of a thing. But now we get so many, of course, and it's always been a big deal to edit, all the options and to find them. So my idea was to build a configurator, and originally I started building it in HTML, JavaScript, CSS, some jQuery in there to make things a little easier, and just like build it out that way because I'd built websites and forms from the days where you had to do it pretty much yourself before there were a lot of widget kits, and so I was like, well, I'll build it out and I'll just have it build its own form. And that worked pretty well, and there is a configurator which I've shown off on here before. And I got pretty far with that, but as the configurations change over time, it becomes harder to maintain. So it was like, what can I do to more generalize it and make it just simpler to configure with so many options? So one of the things is, of course, I built the ABM, Auto Build Marlin, which most of the time you see this interface of it. And it has, I might need to lighten up that icon that's on that background. Well, anyway, let's try a different look. Oh, we'll go with dark. How's that? So usually you're seeing something like this, where you just have the build and some details about the config, and it's not really everything about the config. And so if you want to see the config, of course, you have to open up the file and slog through all the text in the config file. And that's a big hassle, and there's a lot of noise in there because you just want to find a certain option. You just want to find that option. So, the idea was to build a configuration panel, and I started to, come up with some concepts of how I might do that, thinking And I think I may still build some of these because it would be nice to have, for example, a picture of the bed. You know, where are the it'll show you, you know, how things are in relation to each other as you're editing them graphically, and that would be awesome. So, you know, anyone who wants to bring in some graphical design help in this, I'm basically just going to use SVG because it scales well, and just make some nice things that work with SVG graphics and be able to move them around on canvases, draw whatever animation. But you know, and in this case, I'll be drawing, you know, a picture of the bed. Where is the home in relation, or end stops in relation to the bed? Show the, you know, if you have a mesh, whatever, it'll show the mesh outline. If you have all those things, will be settable from a single thing. But you know, when you want to slog through the options and just find something that's not, doesn't have a custom UI, some obscure serial related setting or whatever, it's like you have to slog through the settings so much. So there's a thing in VS Code which is you can make custom editors, or you can custom editor provider, which basically replaces whatever would normally be shown in the text field. You know, normally it just has a provider that does text editing. You can replace it with a web interface, or you know, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, since that's how the whole app VS Code is built under the hood. So in addition, so I just started to build it in yesterday, I guess. I don't know. I've been kind of messing around with the idea. I had pieces of it, but I decided to just go for it, and I had to figure out how to get through it. So yesterday, over a course of several hours, 8 or so hours of, and I did live stream it all, so if you want to slog through that or whatever, maybe I'll chapter mark it later. It's a lot of me whining, but still. There's a lot of good coding going on in there, and running, basically it's kind of cool because I go through the whole process of translating the schema script, which allows us this to be made from Python into JavaScript line by line. And yeah, I get stuck and I screw up some things, and eventually it does lead to several hours more slog. So again, I'll chapter mark way so you can skip that. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. So I got to this point where I had the everything drawing and like check boxes and stuff, but the check boxes weren't checked, and the things weren't dimmed when they weren't checked. And now, you know, it does this trick. And I still have things selectable right now. I got to make them not selectable, unless you know, because these aren't really useful for anything if you select them. But yeah, the idea is that all this stuff is, you know, was working up to this point, yeah. And but then I was like, before I go to bed, I should do this filter thing. So you could say, you know, heat, and it would just show you the heater settings. And so I got that far, and now I just have to hide the sections that are empty when you don't have any settings in them. That's the next step. So really easy though to get that far. And so as far as organization of things, it was kind of like, you know, as I say, whipped together, because it's just, you know, using jQuery, of course, it's pretty easy to generate an input field and just stick it anywhere you want. And in this case, it's just setting properties to make things hide and show. So it's pretty quick because there's only, oh, I don't know, a few hundred or whatever. There may be, I don't know, probably a few hundred out of the whole thing. And of course, you know, if you want to, again, it still has to be scrolled through. You have to scroll all the way top to bottom to get from the top section to the bottom section. So the next thing to do would be make an index on the side so you can get to each of the sections. I just wanted to have them be, or I was going to make them collapsible actually. And right now it doesn't accept a click, but I was going to make a, I don't know, I guess I can put a link on these or something. These are called legends. And so I can just make one of these legends clickable, and it's already in there to be clickable, but it's not taking the event. I think it's because I'm putting it on, like, I guess I'm putting it on something that doesn't respond to events. I don't know. Clicks? We'll see. We'll see, because I'm going to be working on that. So that's what I got to the point of at this point. Oh, and also fixed up the filter, because I was like, oh, it's working well, but it doesn't do what I want. It's an and filter. You want to have it say only show things. Okay. Well, maybe I should go with like only bed but only bed plus temp. And then, so yeah. And so I could also probably do something like or temp and have it, interpret the word or as being, oh, you want both of those things. Um, or it could say, stick a pipe in there or something like that, bed plus temp. But right now it's very simple. I just, did the basics, split up the word and filter out the ones that don't match, basically. Um, and so, yeah, it worked out really well. At this point, the one thing, of course, is it's like you don't see the groupings, you don't see the comments, you don't see any of that stuff. So I want to add, what I'm going to be adding next is just some markup for the comments, um, some grouping of options that are related to each other or that are in the cascade or that have conditions. I try and figure out, I probably won't do any of the stuff involving interpreting those conditions and making like things appear and disappear based on whether they're enabled or not, stuff like that. But it would be nice in the long run to do things like if you haven't enabled the driver, for example, you haven't selected a driver for XYZ, then there is no X, there is no other. If you don't have a Z, then the Z goes away everywhere, that kind of thing. Like things that do depend on each other could appear and disappear in this interface based on that sort of stuff. And it's just like I'd have to just build those conditions in a little table. And so I have to figure out some way to maybe do that. And just, thinking about these ideas. Some of the things like, the way I did the titles, I don't know, I might go back and have a checkbox where it will just show the option names instead, or something like that could work. But I just wanted to make them cleaner looking, so they're a little easier to read, because I think a space and not being all capitalized does make it easier to read. Parking extruder solenoids delay, But these could come from the title. If there's like a comment that has a title, I could stick that in there. But right now, yeah, it's scraping the configs and producing a little data structure, and then I'm just using that to generate a form, and then what I can do is then use that also as the basis to kind of like the passageway or junction point of whatever to have you make a change to a field, it goes, makes, and tells this structure, so some code attached to the structure, as it were, that says, when you change this field, I do this to the text file. And the text file is still there, so you can actually, if you go to your reopen editor with option from right-clicking on the tab, you have the option to go back to the text editor. So here I am on XY probe feed rate down at line 1424. And if I go back to this editor, it's probably going to redraw the whole thing, I think. And yeah, we're back at the top. So how it decides where the scroll is, I'm on min software end stops here. I'm not sure. Not a big deal. It's not something you'll probably run into a lot, but yeah, it still has whatever the text file is, it's got its own state. So there's also a state, apparently, that you can, I just have to remember this, it saves and restores as you go from one file to the other. You'll see that it takes a second to do the whole restore. Part of it is all this logging over my head here. So yeah, this has been fun. This has been a fun project right here. So the only things I need to do are, yeah, I think I'll start out by doing more, put the comments in basically, so I can kind of see the divisions between things better, and then I'll start playing with a few other aspects, and this will be in the next version of Auto Build Marlin, which whenever you open Marlin in VS Code, it does recommend it, so accept that recommendation and download it. It's pretty good. It does lets you skip the whole process of figuring out what your build environment is supposed to be. You don't have to edit your default to do a build, although that's fine if that's the way you work. But this also gives you a link once it's built to show you where to get the build. This is one thing apparently has been confusing some people, but after the build you see this blue line appears, and when you hover over it, it looks like it's doing something. Well, it does. It's a link, and it takes you to your built firmware file. Right there. It's right there. So don't overlook this as if it were just the state. it's got a folder next to it. It's meant to imply that, and it has the whole hover behavior, which I thought was enough, but I guess I need to make an arrow or something, or have a little message next to it. Click here to reveal your firmware file. And I also even show this file name now, which is nice. So yeah, this, and if you have show on startup on this, it's kind of annoying. As developing, as I've been developing, this keeps popping up and messing with my views and stuff. So I gotta remember to, oops, turn that off. And yeah, so as I'm developing, we'll keep that off. I'll turn off some of this noisy logging. Hey, Keith is here. What's up? To unified on AIO forks. Yeah, I mean, it actually should work fine as far, I mean, it's really just doing a very general interpretation. So I was actually gonna start out and make the first section, it's called none right now, but I was just gonna call it custom instead, since anything that's thrown up there would be custom, basically. And then that way when I go and open third-party configs, I'll see that. Also, I am going to put a menu at the top here where it will show the available configurations you can download, and I'll make like I'll try to maybe make a browser. If I can put stuff, I mean, I've got this filter field up here, so I've got this area I can use for a few more things. I could have a checkbox for different types of sorting, or a little pop-up for different types of sorting. You could have a pop-up that takes you specifically to a different section and just jumps there. Using, I mean, it should work just like a web view, so it should be able to have internal links that go to anchor points. But yeah, so the amazing thing about it, is just how, well, you can see how long it ended up. I did end up writing 550 lines or making this thing 550 lines long. But a lot of it is copy pasted from all this extract config comes straight from that schema py file. So I was going back and forth because not only was I working on the configs here, but I was like, oh, I also have the schema py here, which I need to reference. So it worked out that I only had to go back and forth between two project files, windows. But yeah, schema py is here, and I can keep an eye on the logging. Meanwhile, kept coming back and referencing this, because yeah, what the hell? I guess there's a way to throw exceptions in JavaScript, but I skipped that. But everything else is just pretty much exactly wrote, and I even found a little fix that I made afterwards, like the val was being assigned too late or too early or whatever, so I made it assign it later. Or something like that. The define info, yeah, actually the define info was being assigned to val up here instead of down here. Whoops. So yeah, I got to put in that patch. Actually, while we're here, let's take care of that fix. And we'll just say pick an icon, any icon. Let's go with a hammer. There we go. Stash this. What have I got going on? Oh, I probably have to pull the date down. I do a rebase from upstream. That'll be the simplest thing. There. Yep. It's the 7th today. Apparently it is the 7th. So, okay, let's send that up. Hello. And I always try to keep I'll try to keep things in sync as I move forward so that I'm ready, fully ready um, to do the next release. Um, it's kind of been faster, at least that part. I haven't had to slog through as many commits, but it still have to use the scripts to help me remember which is which. Now if I can add the thing where it checks the messages more closely, I could have it filter them better, and that would really save an awful lot of time when there's like, if there's long periods between releases. But I'm going to try and go for 2 weeks. I don't know, this VS Code does like a monthly, which might be the way to go. 4 weeks is a nice span, and if you know there's a release coming every month or so, that kind of works out to, it can help the team to get its rhythm together in different ways. So I love working with people. I do though. If I don't have these other heads to bounce things off of, I lose my mind. I lose my place very quickly. All right. You asked for it, I'll turn the sign on. Oh no, too bright. Welcome once again to the Marlin stream. I only wish I had that now. The only one thing is I just wish the sign was about 2 times the size in each dimension, double. 4 times the volume, or would that be 8 times the volume? Yeah. Okay, so we're working from Auto Build. Oh, I don't think that Lou ever published an STL for it. I might have it. I must have it on. I know I must have something, at least G code, certainly on some SD card around here. But yeah, it would be lovely to do that. Um, totally it's totally cool, isn't it? It's a little flawed. It needs like there's no way that it doesn't really. It has to be super glued together, basically. All the pieces are kind of loosey goosey, but yeah, I'll try and find those. I'll ask Lou for them, and I'll have them. We'll post them up. I should do more sharing of that kind of stuff as rewards for all my great patrons, and for all you guys on Discord, especially because you're always around. You deserve some treats. This was fun to print. This was when we actually used the. I think we did end up printing this on the Chiron, which is a generously sized printer. It's a very good size. What am I doing? Oh, I fixed some things. Okay, apparently. I fixed some things. This is good. Oh yeah, I fixed the search and the filter. Yeah, made the filter work. Okay, and I changed it to 250 milliseconds instead of 1,000. So, work in progress. I'm just going to have everything get digested by this one commit. As long as I'm sure about it, I feel good. Yeah, I'm going to have to do the fixing up the formatting because I brought a lot of tabs in there. Hold on. I should just replace them all with 2 spaces and then deal with cleaning it up later. It'll be easier to do it. To do the negative, especially since you get such a nice overview here. That looks fine to me. My text editing skills come from being lazy as fuck. I just don't want to type, and if I can help it. But I really like these. That's kind of what got me into Perl. I was like, hey, I don't have to type a thing, and suddenly I have a whole program. Uh, I can write a one-line Pac-Man in that thing. It's crazy. Of course, now with like Python GameKit, I could probably write something like pretty readily. This turns out to be like Python. Yeah, it does turn out to be very not bad, not bad as far as the typiness of it. I like that it is concise. If you want to type long variables, you can and be really expressive. Sometimes that's helpful. If you just want to be really quick and be like, I just need a line, man, as we all say. And yeah, some of these things aren't even used, which is interesting. I like how that it marks variables that aren't used. It knows, man. But I think actually it's integrated with, some of this is integrated a little bit. Yeah, it does some things. It does some special things in here. Like, what if I open up the terminal? We have Jupyter. So Jupyter is already, there. And I don't know if I installed a plugin for that or what, but I just was like, give me all the Python. And so, like, yeah, I have all these. So I have Python installed, which gives you Pylance, linting, debugging, Jupyter, notebooks, code formatting, refactoring, unit tests. I mean, everything is, it's really nice. Lots of Python. And then there's, old Python for VS Code, which is deprecated. So yeah, like, pretty cool. I like that they mark things deprecated, but keep them. I guess you can still install them if you want. It's pretty neat. You may have reasons for doing that. I often wish I could install old development tools for like the Mac so that I could or old versions of Unity reliably, or everything like that, because old projects get old. You want to use them, and then you go and you're like, I'll download the latest version. Surely it can import the old project, but no. Things get deprecated and move on really quickly in tech. And so, yeah, you have to basically be keeping up all the time. You want to get your app or whatever to be successful early so that you can have enough capital to pay for its maintenance and have it like may actually justify its own update schedule. So did anything break? Let's see. I have to check my stuff, check my code. Let's see if I can fix up this screen situation a little bit. Bring this sucker a little closer. Okay. There's probably a way to increase the size here of this view alone. Oh yeah, there is. There we go. When it's focused, you can use the usual keys to zoom it. Although it's pretty useless without being also expanded. Yeah. That's kind of good because I find these consoles really hard to deal with sometimes. Now I'm going to have to make my debug messages shorter. But yeah, that's cool. So it goes through, finds all the stuff. Cool. All right, so that's what we are working on the next here. Let's see what we got. The next thing, and the next thing after that. Okay. Let's get back to brass tacks. So we're in JavaScript world now. All this worked out. Just made a little parse const parse thing with a bunch of named things in it for states, and just followed up by JavaScriptifying all that Python. So you get what you get. And Yeah, I kept all the logging in here too. That's helpful. And now here he is. So the interesting thing is, how does this scale when you scale the window? It does indeed scale with the window. It changes theme as you change themes, so that's kind of neat. I do like that aspect of it. I may continue to use a lighter theme at some point here. Sublime VS Code theme, that's an interesting one. But the things like blue, it doesn't pick up the blue in the form. And I didn't make these explicitly gray, I don't think. It just must be some of the defaults. But I would like to pick up more of the theme colors, so I'm going to figure that out, I suppose. There are ways to do that. I picked up a few in Marlin Auto Build, like the web view, but it doesn't do much. I don't think, I don't know which of these colors changes as you change theme, but it's an important consideration, you know? Like, let's see, some of the text colors change? No? They seem about the same. I seem to have made them pretty neutral. But, yeah. Noisy with the old fish back there. I'll have to fix that up. KT, right, of course. So, anyway, we'll go with something more mellow. For the time being, it's making itself blue. Alright, so let's do the filter. One more thing with the filter where I'll just make the empty sections disappear. That'll be the next thing. But first, a message from Discord. Oh, a message from Tim. What's up? Yes, it's true. What's up, Mr. Hoagland? Doing me coding stream thing. How's your Sunday? Is the team winning? Oh, what time is it? 8:56 p.m. I think Tim might be one of the smart people who remembers to take a day off every week, and try to chill at night as well. Things like that. Gets proper sleep. That's important. But you know, to a successful life, a successful and happy life. But yeah, I owe a lot of my general optimism to having buddies in the industry who remind me to keep up with this sort of thing. So now, that's the next part. So let's check out our filter. The filter is actually pretty simple. I'm going to hide all this this part where it actually goes and does the extracting. We'll hide that stuff. Who needs extraction? Yep, he's chilling out, as one would hope. How am I doing? Well, spending a lot of time in solitude, which makes me an ideal streamer, I guess. Arizona next week for a trip. Well, folks, if you're trying to keep up with Tim, put in your Tim tracker that is going to be in Arizona next week. Cool. That's great. Nice. I'm going to be chilling in Austin, I think, until I go to IRF. Next couple months. Gearing up for IRF. Yeah. Earth. Um, so let's take a look at our filter. Isn't it simple? I love what you can do with jQuery sometimes. I know this would probably be a lot more of a slog in JavaScript without it. If you're not familiar with jQuery, gosh, you should be. Let's plug this sucker in. There we go. Hi. Okay. So yeah, it's the whole key is it uses the $sign as a variable for jQuery itself, which is an object, or it's a lot of things. It's a funny thing. When you use the $sign to construct a jQuery object, you pass a string in, or you can pass other things in, but it'll figure out what you're passing in, and it'll create basically a representation of some part of your document object model from your browser as a blob. So this lines variable represents this whole selection of lines that have, or this whole selection of items, which can be, in order down the page as I've selected them. So it's with anything within the config form that is a div having a class of line. So really simple to select a whole bunch of things and then do things to them. So that's all I do is I just start out here with all the lines and I hide them by default, so you don't even see that part because it doesn't update the browser window except periodically, and so by the time I've done this whole thing hiding and showing, it just appears as one big event. So I simply hide all the lines and then keep a storage of them because I'm going to be whittling them down, and I filter out things that don't match. So if it doesn't match the first word, it's out. If it doesn't match the second word, it's out. And then I show all the ones that are left, basically. And then I make a little log message that I applied the filter. So I can actually make that say nothing now because I've pretty much got it debugged. So that's good. Yeah, I did make a log. Pretty sure I made a log. It's up here. There it is, yes. Just got to use it more carefully. I put console in front of things when I just want them to be always logging. Added an event listener for message. Yeah, I was worried about that. It didn't do that for some reason. Okay, so that's working. Yeah, it looked like it wasn't working. I was like, what's going on? It took me a little while to sort out all the details of this and get it solid. Here we are. I want to make sure to turn on the chat so I can see anyone who happens to drop by. Gearing up for Earth. Yeah. This is a fun way to spend my Sunday evening. I don't mind it. Well, morning. Get myself started, and I don't know, maybe I'll take the rest of the night off after a bit. I'm not going to stay here for more than a couple of hours. I just want to get some of this on tape, as it were. Again, why does this thing keep going to sleep? It's being very peculiar. Stop that. Stay. I don't know. It's being weird. I can always bring up OBS, but it doesn't keep the chat because it's a floating window when you switch to a different app. It's like, guys, you came so close. I want these floaters to stay. There might be a setting in there. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Hotkeys advanced? No. Recording. Yeah, it's not going to be like that. But it's open source, I guess. So presumably I could fix it up so that the windows stay. Projectors? They're not projectors. What are they called? They call them, they have a silly name for them. Docks. Even though they're floating windows. They're not docks. I don't think they dock to anything. That would be kind of cool. Does this dock to something? No, I'm not seeing it docking. No docking. I see users. Hello, users. Abbott, Keith, Danking, Alien, Alexis, 420. Happy 420, my friend. Let's see. Here we are. Let us figure out what the heck's going on. So yeah, hide that. We got our filter, and what we wanted to do next on the filter was hide any sections that no longer have anything in them. So what I need to do is I'm going to get Copilot to help me out here. First I got to remember how I set up the form in the first place. So I actually have that stored over here, I believe. Am I right? No. It's in the edit view itself, right, of course. So here I extract, apply. Oh, it's update content. I don't know why I hid that. Mistook it for the other thing. It looks so long. All right, there. I just want to see, only one I want to see and nothing else. If I can get all that clutter out of the way. Speaking of which, hey, this thing has a Zen mode. Let's try that out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Zen mode. Okay, so there is no going back to the other window when you're in Zen mode. Okay, so here's how we built our form. And there is a div that is each line, but those are within a field set, which is a set called class section. So actually just look in each section, count up the number of visible items in each section, and then hide those that don't have any visible items in their section, and keep those that do. So this is fairly straightforward. We'll just do, oops. So we may be able to whittle down, well, I guess we're going to do the lines show first. Now, 6 equals config form, and this is called field set dot section, and I'm going to start out hiding them all, I guess. We'll see what this does. And then I'm going to say count the number of visible lines in each section. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, is visible going to actually do that? If line's length is 0, then show that section. Otherwise, don't. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. Let's try it. Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I see you are. Once again, this thing has gone into sleep. I have it charging, which is, you would think that would be the time when it wouldn't sleep, right? But let me check and see if there's like a separate setting. Or it goes into the lock screen. Let's see. Auto lock is in here. Oh, 2 minutes. I cannot change. I cannot change it. Let's see. Why not? It's being very peculiar. All right, let's try lock unlock in general. That's also a display and brightness. Strange place for it, I guess, in a way. Yeah, it's already there, so. This is the only place where it is, and it doesn't let me edit it. Within low power mode, it is restricted to 30 seconds. What's in 19%? How is that low power mode? Oh, I switched to low power mode. I have to, there's probably a way I can turn that off. Hold on. There's gotta be a way to go back to not low power mode, right? Again, settings, low power mode, there it is. It's on, all right, there. Jeez, okay, so now once again, lock. At least it's search, at least it's findable, that's the thing. There is a very helpful thing here. Yeah, so it's actually set to never. And for the reason it says 2 minutes is because it's the lowest it'll show, I guess, even though it's actually 30 seconds. Whatever. Okay, thank you, iPad. The future is here, but it's true. It's sometimes mundanely annoying. While in Zen mode, I guess I could zoom up the text a bit. While we're zenning it up, I'm keeping these lines pretty short in general. So this is what we ended up with. We select all the field sets that are sections and just hide them all. Then we count up the visible lines in each one, and if there's more than, 0, it shows it. And I believe it's consistent with how it uses hide versus show, so I think that should do the trick. And then I have it filter where, like, when you click in the field, it just clears it. So I have to kind of go out of Zen mode now. Or is it Command, Option, Shift, Control, full, what is Zen mode? Bloody hell. What was that? Command, Shift, Control. Oh, okay. The least likely chord. Command, Shift, Control. Okay, we are ready to test. Reload, please. And we'll type in, oh, I don't know, heat. Oh, it hid them all, but it has not shown them. Oh, and they will not be shown ever again. Okay, so apparently it's not counting up very well. Let's see what the counting problem is. Word length, no. Well, wait, that's okay, fine. So for each element in the section, find a visible line. Yeah, I might have to do this differently. I'm thinking, let's just do this. I'll start just with loop through the sections, through all the sections. Just do that much, robot. Now, yeah, right? Get a count. I guess I get all lines. Get all div.line elements in the section. I think that's how they're set up, right? They're a little lower. They're down in, there's a legend, and then there's an inner, and then there's a div below that, so it has to find them. Yeah, so it does use find. So that all looks right to me, this here. This line is right. And then lines.length, I mean, that to me looks like it should just bloody work. L.show, yeah, it's the same bloody thing, right? L. It's the same damn thing we had before. Why, Yimi, why? So it's looking, but it's looking for a div line visible, and I don't think that's exactly the way that it hides things. Let's go back over here. Oh well. Maybe I can still look at them, at the inner bits here, and see what the deal is with, what, 2 forms. Well, that's got to be fixed. We can't have plopping in 2 copies of the form. That's weird. That's just weird. But yeah, so here's one, and it's got class line and disabled is on it. So we want to find ones that don't have disabled, basically. Not. That's better. That's what we want. Find, and we just count these up. And that should do the trick. I don't know if that matters. I just like to use const when I know I'm not changing something. But loop. Yeah, it's obviously a loop. All right. Yeah, we're gonna see what's going on if it's gonna insert 2 copies of info. That's a bad thing. It's not already doing 2 copies, is it? Let me see. I don't feel like it is, even though it's huge. It does feel pretty long. They would be about halfway then, right? Extras, lights, servos. Oh, yep. What do you know? It's inserting it twice. That's weird. Okay. Well, that's got to be fixed, obviously. See, it starts out being just a form that's got, I don't know if it matters. I mean, that's its scope, so it should be completely recreated on reentry. We got the data. We have got our keys. We're iterating over the keys and all that stuff. So this should be, it may be that the data itself is doubled up, so I want to make sure it's not the data. So I guess I'll print the data. Copy it and see where info comes up. Been through this before where I had I thought I took out those log messages. Yeah, those are all working fine now. All right, copy. Yeah, it only is there once, so that's good to know. But if we go halfway down and find it again, lights and servos, info again. Oh my God! Yeah, no wonder. This will be good if it can make it shorter. Why is it showing up twice? That's peculiar. That's very peculiar. Is it because update content is called twice? It shouldn't. Even then, it should still be clear. Like, I think it should still start out empty each time. Well, let's see if they print out twice for some reason. And let's see, info, nope, it only does it once. Extra lights, servos, info again, there it is. Right about here, right where that geometry is. So weird, wild stuff. What is going on? Well, we know we get log once, and then we get define equals value. Well, let's see, if we only get that once, then we should only have one field set. Is it possible that I just don't know. It does only print it once, which means it does only go once through the loop. So what? Is it because I'm appending it more than once? Config form, append form at the end of the function. I think we need to look at this form, if it's possible to look at this form. Final form. I see info once. So it implies that the form is being added to the HTML more than once then, or it's being appended. It may be that it's already appended. I mean, if I empty it each time and make it empty, that would certainly do the trick, but that might be concealing some other thing where it's building it twice. If I could just make it more optimal and only build it once, I don't know. Anyway, so now it definitely looks shorter to me. We have at the halfway point, we're at probes. Yeah, that's better. So now if I say heat, okay, it's still hiding everything. Oh, reference L is not defined. Okay, hold on then. This should do the trick. No. Right. When you loop through these, you get the elements, not like jQuery copies or wrapped versions of the elements. So as I go through now, I get the lines inside and count them. There might be a way to do just a count or something like that. I don't know if there is such a thing. I'll have to ask jQuery. Hey jQuery, count elements with class. Probably the way that I just did. Yeah, you just do the thing and then count the length and look at the length of it. Select and look at the length. Yeah, because if you only wanted to count, then you could get around having to build that list in the first place, and it may be that later jQuery does have a way to do that. Yeah, but no, they just do it at the same time anyway. It's just a side effect, I guess, as you were. Find length. I won't go so far as to make sects go away. That's what she said. Let's see. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, almost. It's not hiding the ones that are empty. It's not hiding them. Let's see why. It's supposed to be hiding them all. Let's count some things. Greater than 0, then show the thing. Surely I'm not missing something, am I? Let's see. Class section, but also has an ID, which is nice. Let's see. Let's see, is it on the div itself? Or is it on something else? Yeah, it's on the div. Pretty sure. Seems to be right there. So I do a hide, but then I do a, so I'm actually not, let me see about this disabled class thing, because here I'm doing, clearly I'm doing it a different way. But I am using a disabled class. Oh, I see why I have disabled. Disabled is related to checkboxes. I should have it say checked or unchecked or something like that, rather than disabled, or maybe commented. I don't know, something like that. Okay, I'm caught up with myself now. Hold on. So not hidden, is that how we work? I think we tried this before and it didn't quite work either. But at least we got the form down to nothing. I'm gonna have to print out how many times it built the form because, well, it's got update content. It prints it out each time that it does an update of the page, and therefore final form only once. Again, only once. So why it showed up twice is really kind of mysterious. It may be that it was persisting after all, or I just don't know. It's supposed to be empty. Oh, you know what it might be is that it's probably keeping a reference to the original object. And yeah, once you've made that reference, like you're referring to the thing, even after it's been added to the DOM, it still has the same reference, which is interesting. The DOM, that implies that the DOM can be like, point to these things that are externally referenced and just incorporate them into the model. It implies, well, anyway, now it's hiding everything, damn it. So I don't know if hidden is exactly the right way it does things, or is how it does things with that. Let me take a look at, like, we turn off the new filter and just leave the basic filter. And we'll just look at what the state of these things really is. So, for example, under develop, display none. They have style display none on them. So, yeah. I might use a class instead. Display none. Convenient little rules for your CSS, of course. Yep. Not hide. Okay, keep it simple. Use a class, and then here we have if word length, lines filter, ID, word, yes, and then instead of show we use remove class. Hide. Okay, good. It's more control using a class, and it's probably a little neater anyway. Actually putting style on your stuff, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, yeah. That took a bit, that was a long walk, but we got it. So yes. Status. All the stuff in LCD mentions status, apparently. What? Oh, things have stopped showing. What's the console saying? Anything? Things have stopped showing. Interesting. Heat. I don't know where it's getting these from now. Hot. It was working for a second there, it seemed like. Let's see, if I just look for baud, all those are correct. But now, oh yeah, I forgot to re-show the sections maybe? Oh yeah, that's probably what's going on. Oops. And I can do the same thing here. Add class, hide. Right. I guess you can do things like this in jQuery. Or not. Let's make sure we did all that correctly. Remove class hides. Oh, and there we have remove class hide. Okay, if you find that there we go. That's better. Bowed. Bed. Heat. If I say temp, it doesn't include the section as part of the thing it's searching for, but you know, why would it, right? Sensor. Just sensor. MPC sensor. Redundant. Num runout sensors. That's working pretty well. What do you think? What's up, Discordians? Let's see. I'm mentioned. I like getting mentioned on the live stream. What's up? Yeah, well, this is, you know, you open the file and it does a custom formatter or like a editor thing now. So I don't actually have this now. Now the next thing I need to do is have these fields actually do something. Because when I do this, it doesn't persist. If I come back, it's back to 15. So what I need to do is have these actually update the text file in the right way. And that's easy enough. I just have to set the line that's attached to this this field here. So one of the things I'm going to be doing next is printing out I was actually going to add more to the layout, make it kind of prettier, put some comments up there so that you can, and make them hideable as well. So if you want to see all or whatever comments, I used to have the word filter on the filter, but it's hard to see now. I got to make it light colored on the light theme, I guess. There we are. So yeah, the color for the filter at the moment, I made it something. Where is it? Config form, filter form. There it is. Background is just black at 0.5. So 0008 basically. And the foreground is whatever it is, just at the moment white or black, I guess. What is it? No color chosen. Okay, well, let's make it white for the moment. On a dark background, it'll be white. On a light, I guess white also works because this thing is what it is. And then I just have to use these bloody things. So we got all right, and yeah, for the moment, I guess they're. If I'm not changing them, I can put them up at the top here, but. I might want to later. Let's see. It's readable. What about on dark background? It'll obviously be readable too. But I almost want to make the field itself like translucent, so it's like barely there. But anyway, we'll get that going. The idea here is to have at least a way to break it down, and then also, of course, a way to edit. So next, let's put up the let's draw the comments if we can, and those will just have their own div. So each field set has a field, and then each div is for a single item down here, each line. So this is where we're going to throw our stuff in. So there's a label, and then there's an input, and then after the input, I think is where I'd probably do the, so we'll make a tip. We'll just call it a tip, and we'll call it I think this will probably get its own inner div. But yeah, actually I might just go with comment actually. Just for the heck of it. Now the thing is there's a comment that's above, but I mean basically whatever comment goes with the thing is what's going to go with the thing. So let's just figure it out later. But yeah, it is going to be a div, so it's on its own line. And then it gets added immediately after the input. So there's your input, append input, and so the last thing to do is to append the comment. Finally, and I think we'll do something to the effect of like if there is a comment, then you have a comment, otherwise you don't. So if info comment text equals info comment, and we'll even totally put it off instead of grouping it with all the other crap. Div comment. And so for the moment, we have no class for it yet. So let's make its text real small, and we'll see what that looks like, and we'll come up with some nice format for it. Oh, actually, I do need to use pre because there's like a little formatting in the comments themselves. So we'll see how that works. So first of all, white space is pre-wrap. Color, sure, ABM text color comment. if we can make an unobtrusive yet readable thing. So yes, we do actually have a text color for the comment, so that's all ready to go, although I'm going to call it text color. I just kind of call color because yes, you can specify colors for things, but almost always for text, of course, it's going to be just color. Okay, so, oh, look, there they are. So yeah, I meant to make the font smaller. Also, yeah, they need to lay out differently as well. And yeah, they are supposed to be pre-wrap, which is interesting. What are my options for white space again? Pre, yeah, I might go with pre, right? Should they be pre? Depends on how I built my comments, I guess. But for the moment, I want to also make them with something like, you know, I forget how wide the form fields are. I made them, oh, I did like a thing where I was like 90% minus 30M. Let's go with, yeah, why not? I'll make them just as wide as that. But also margin left 30M. Sure, why not? And then also font size is important. Smaller. Font family, we'll go with just sans serif for the moment. Or how about monospace, just to give it a classic look, see if that does the trick. Okay, so not beautiful, but also kind of messes with the also, it's probably considering the font space, the font size here, rather than the font size of the thing it's getting it from, inside of, or other. So yeah, I can't just say 30M anymore. I have to be like some percentage or whatever. I'm gonna go with, let's see. Geez, how do you work with this? Instead of 30M, it's nice to have your 30M, but if I change the font size, I've screwed everything up. I have to make something inside of it actually have the smaller font size. Just so I can use the M's for the margin, which is a little annoying, but comment equals span inside of a div. So actually, I guess I do need the div plus the span. I don't know. Span text. And the comment is a div with the comment append and span. Meh. Maybe that'll work. What do you know? So I do need a little bit of extra padding. So we can build that as padding actually. And the nice thing about a div is it'll just by default do the right thing as far as padding itself out and so forth. So margin left 30M, I could even make it just 32 just for the heck of it. And that should scale nicely. But yeah, like how much of this do you really want, you know, to have to look at, man? And then things that don't have a field, I suppose I could stick them right next door to the thing. That would make the most sense for things that have no field associated with them. So in that case, let's see, I guess I would just use the span. Let's see, let me think about this. No, I guess I would still use the div, but it would be in the place of the input, and it would be an inline div, so yeah. So if not is switch, then do it this way. For a switch, so let's see, do we still need the span with the comment? Yes. And the div? Yes. But we'll be adding a class, which is sure, switch, why not? That'll get us enough, I think. So now if I make a switch comment, we have no margin. We display as an inline block, and the width is indeed the 30M, I guess, minus 90% minus 30M, I guess, because it'll fit the same size as the input, presumably. And I am calling them all comment just because it'll be easier to hide and show them all in bulk. So with the switch, let's see if it makes a difference. Sure, I mean that's fine. They show up as they're also dimmed, which is kind of cute. LPQ max line is really detailed, but you can see it still lays out like a comment, which is nice, but it does make the layout pretty wide. I might, 30M was, you know, just because some of these options have long names, but it looks like I could probably get away with, this is the longest name maybe, max consecutive low temp error allowed. And I don't know, I might be able to get away with fewer. Because, yeah, these are awfully long. 90% minus 30M comes to this, although I think this must be, if I inspect the div and then put a border on it, we'll see what we get. But that's our div, or at least the span. That's the span. Oh, there's our div. So yeah, I think it's a little on the wide side. Whoops. I guess you do have to do something about the width as far as that goes. It's not going to be 90 minus 30M, is it? I don't think so. Oh, it's going to be like minus 32M, excuse me. Yeah, it's still not looking so good. Div comment, 416 pixels. Like, should be something like auto instead, you know. But I don't know what it would do with, I mean, it's what it already does, right? It's the default is auto. But yeah, still looking like crap. I assume it's because of these comments. So what else can I do? 32 minus, let's just see what these behaviors are. If I change it to 80, and I really should just make it float right or something like that. Again, it seems like that's not what's going on. What's making this wide? But yeah, it must be. But these are also, oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, so the div, but that's because it has this in it. So yeah, all the comments are kind of screwy as far as their width. I'll figure it out. I could just float them right and make them as wide as the field or whatever, something like that. Float them right and make them, I don't know. These can't work as inline block, but they could if I had. Well, they do when they're long. Even if they're super long, they seem to work okay. It's an interesting factor. What if they're all the same? Can it actually be that simple. No, of course not. So the switches seem to work fine as long as, because they're just inline and good, but the ones that follow that are too long, or otherwise, yeah, the ones that are too long, you have to let them wrap. Gotta allow some wrapping to happen. So I guess it is pre-wrap as opposed to pre. I think it is, right? But pre with wrapping? No, still doesn't want to do that. Well, that's not. Yeah, I mean that's wide though. So wide. So you'd have to have like a max width for sure. So I'm thinking something like, sure, do pre, but then you need a max width, and then you can do like something like hide the stuff that goes off the edge or have it scroll. You know. Kind of like using, I guess I kind of almost have to use monospace because some of these things are meant to align, but maybe there's some monospace font that doesn't look so hideous. It's not Courier, you know. I can go with Andale or Monaco or something like that. But yeah, I can play with some different layout ideas, but I wanted to make it simple, just throw a div in there and have it just work in each case, but clearly it's got issues. So yeah, I'll do something where I have it based on the width of the window, of course. It'll all be, you know, it'll lay out more smartly, but I could borrow somebody's nice layout of comments and fields, steal their CSS. It's always a good way to go. Skip all that extra work. So yeah, these, and then they just need the inline block, padding left, 2M. Let's see if that works. Just make things line up nicer, at least for the moment. So, all right. Interesting. Yeah, I think the use of pre is just what's kind of hung me up here. But I mean, I could stick in some breaks of my own. Look at this. It's so close. It's not 2M, but it's. So spans don't have any extra stuff in them. So I wanted to get just the right number of M's here. Close enough. I don't know. .30M, let's make that 25, and 32 is 27, just for the heck of it. Right, so do the comments help in any way? I don't know. One of the big deals about having a config in the first place was that you could have, you know, the comment, the config files was, oh, comments, cool. I can see some of these might actually have some leading space, maybe. I don't know what's going on exactly, but no, it shouldn't be. It's, yeah, that does. That's interesting. It's got padding on the inside of the span of the div. I see. The span is there. The div is there. Here's our styles. Let's see, footer height, header height. Oh, those have nothing to do with those. Let me see. There we go. Comment, switch, margin left. So yeah, what if we just like let them be as they are, and they fall down by one line? But what if the width was less? Doesn't seem to matter. The width has no bearing. Inline block, of course, does, but then this width of like 32%, what does that even mean? Well, of course, the margin. Let's make it 0, 1.5 M. It's like 1.5 M seems about right, but no, not quite. 1.4 M. Like, where did that even come from? This has 0 M. It's a span in a div. I guess one way to deal with them is to like use, you can use tables and stuff, but I'm kind of allergic to tables. There are also there's cool ways of using grids in CSS now, which I haven't explored as much as I should. But CSS grids are pretty cool for doing layouts. Right, there's your lin factor. And so the moment, yeah, they're just editable fields, but at least you can go, you know, probe. All right, well, I guess the good thing to do now would be to really make it functional so that I can actually publish this thing and get it into testing. So let's do some of that. Let's not worry too much about these tiny things, 1.4 M's and all that, and we'll figure out what else is going on. So, all right. CSS, we may be back. We may be back, so I don't know, I'll keep it around. But the important thing now is, can we get it to send a message to modify the document itself? So let's take a look. We've got our filter working fine, our content drawing fine. How do you make an edited value go into the document? Let's do that. Okay, so let's see, get config structure, update config file. This is more like the framework here is editor.js. You know, the bootstrapping of the editor. Provides the initialization stuff. And here we go. Here's where it gets messages now. This is where it should be able to do the document modification. I think I may have something about that in here, however. This is supposed to be more about the, you know, HTML side. But we do have this event listener, and it does things like says got an update, display an error. Yeah. So we need to bind a handler to every field. So we need a field that's going to be called, or a function rather. It's going to handle our field being modified. And we'll just call it handle edit field, I guess. And then we're going to be passed the, let's see, the value of the field, or should I just handle it? Just send me the message, I'll do everything. Let's do it that way. So we're going to need the field, yep. Then we get the ID, sure, because that can be useful, but we're actually going to be needing, the field is going to have, what we really care about is where its data is attached. And the data is attached as item ref on the line div of the field. So it's not on the field itself, which maybe would be a better place for it. Of course, I'm going to be doing stuff where I change the types of fields and so forth, so, but this might be better to put on the field since that's what I'm going to be working with. So let's do that. So it's either going to be on the checkbox of the line or, oh, and the checking also, that's another thing I got to deal with. So we'll have two handlers for that. One will be, well, maybe having it on the div isn't so bad. We just get the nearest div or the parent div called the parent div line. So yeah. Find closest, I guess. And we want line 0 dot, not field, it's called data ref, did I call it? Item ref, okay. I'm gonna remember this in the future. So yeah, so this is, let's call this item info for now, or maybe just info equals the item ref. And we don't need to know the attribute ID at this point. We don't need to know, we do need the value of the field. Okay, and we'll also make a thing called handle checkbox. Come on, yeah. And this will do the same idea. Now I'm going to make sure this handles it at the right point as well. So yeah, let's add the handle checkbox handler to every checkbox and also and so on. Bind change to right. Okay, well I guess I can just call handle checkbox with the event on it if I want. Okay. Might as well do that part here too. Okay, got a checkbox bound to our handler, and now we just need a handler for our input field, which is here. Same deal. We'll basically be binding that to change, and it's going to do a timer thing, so it doesn't modify the file continuously as you're typing, although it could do that. It just is like, well, we'll see how that works. But one thing I definitely want to collect as part of the data that I'm not collecting in Python is like the range, the actual range in the editor, so I can do those range replacements. And then the thing is, the ranges, I have to look at how that works. But you can, I guess you get ranges by line, so I'm going to basically just doing it all by line. So I think I already have the line, so I should be good there, but we'll see. I had this idea of replacing, but I guess I'll just do it directly in the edit data itself, because you get direct access to the edit data from the document. At least one of these places I do. There it is. Here I do. Document URI, document text, etc., etc., and there's like edits and things. And I have that info about how to do an edit around here somewhere. There it is. Create a range. So here I have update config file. So this is like real basic, but this used to just rewrite the JSON for the demo. So it's going to be doing a replace of some line that I figure out. So I'll get that sorted in a minute. Just have it print out in the console what thinks the edit is supposed to be before I actually commit to the edit. So let's do some printing. So before we do that, we need to bind this to the handler, which I think I called handle edit field. Yeah, I did. And we'll see if what goes on with the key up event. But yeah, okay, so once I'm here handling the edit field, we get the field, we get the parent div, we get the value, etc., etc. We get the item ref, and then this is what we're going to be looking up. And we don't have an ID. I guess I could get the idea of off the field. If I'm right about that. Beaut. Yeah, I thought so. So yeah, then I would post a message. Okay, so yes, I'm going to be posting a message that I edited. But we'll see about that. So let me take a look at how I'm posting a message. Currently, I do my hello. Yep, just does that, and that's all. So yeah, we'll have an edit. We'll have the field name, and we'll have we'll just send the info basically. Info. value, yeah, of course. So I guess I could print it out here and we'll see if we get the message and that it goes out to the console. That'll be fun. Okay, doing it up. Here we go. And I'll just keep that idea around for the heck of it because I might need it for something. I don't know. I might want to print it. But yeah, let's go to our message receiver. We're getting an edit, it's called. Sure, that sounds like a fine name for it. I don't know. I'd relegate code that I'm not going to be working on more to the bottom. Is that kind of the idea? Right. And where's our handler? There it is. So I'm going to use a different one. I like JavaScript classes. I haven't used them much. Been a while since I've been in my JavaScript world. I like them. So yeah, I basically just want this. And the message is E itself. Type hello. Yeah, I guess E is the message, okay. Let's see, so it does get E, right? Yes, yes. Sure, break all the time. Okay. So yes, we have document and we have data. Let's get that data. I just want to hide the comments, don't you? They're so ugly. Also, which goes with which, you know, after a while it's hard to tell. So yeah, maybe, yeah, formatting's gonna definitely have to be made more nice. I could use alternating, you know, light dark kind of thing, odd even. Might go with that. Not now though. Odd even is another thing. Let's see. Would make sense to have it be like after the layout because you know, when you've done the filtering, you'll have all these weird patterns. So do the odd even after the filtering. Or I guess you can style things based on that. Like there's now a way to do it like line %2 or whatever. Probably a quicker way to do candy stripe or whatever you'd call it now. Let's ask the web. Even and odd rules, right? Nth child even background, nth child odd background. But, you know, you have to be able to say nth child visible without this class, etc., etc. So yeah, that can work fine for things that are non-dynamic, but when you make stuff a little more dynamic, you need probably other ways to do it. But maybe it's smart enough you could have it only consider visibility as part of the rule and not consider whether the thing is, you know, or I would also consider visibility, I should say, as part of the rule, and then it would look nicer always. Let's look at that. But anyway, we're looking at ways to update the document, which I'm a little scared of because this is where things get hairy. It's like I don't really have the best JavaScript code for updating a document yet, but if I'm just replacing a line and that's all I have to do, you know, I already have all the code to do that pretty well. I can just say, okay, you're enabling, disabling, let's just, you know, do the usual thing. I'll rewrite it by hand, I don't care, you know, replace it. But I do have the, have it here in marlin.js, has some of that stuff. Regular expression, error, define, yeah, so here's your define. Conf enabled, is it enabled? So some of these things are just, you know, this is very rote, very crude. It always refers back to the text file, not a structure. So the structure is there is useful. So I think that's the best reason to keep it. And then I need to remember to update the structure as well, of course. So when the info is being passed around again, like, is it a data ref or is it the real data? You know, can I modify the data refs and stuff? I guess we'll find out. I can do it in the other file if I need to or whatever, but edit equals new workspace edit. Okay, no, yes, yes. Give me the range and do an edit replacing the range. Okay, so this is where we want. So this was replace the whole document. I was just kind of keeping it around as a reference. Oh, and then there's also return VS Code, apply, edit, edit. So whatever edits you do, you apply them at once, I guess. So let's do just printing out the data. Return. Now, where else was this called from? Oh, it's called from this message, yes. So this document, the data. Good. Let's see if any of these fields are actually tied now to the stuff. Alright, that's all I wanted to do, was just get it up so I could see the thing. Alright, let's edit a field. Something happened. Cannot read properties of undefined and update config file. Add handle message editor.js 58. Oh, really? Okay. Document, this dot document and data. Does this not have a document? Is that what's going on? Where does document come from anyway? E.document. And where does E.document come from? Okay. On did change document, update web view. Remember that a signal document can be shared between multiple editors, right? So I gotta update this web view. And if the documents thing equals our document, so there is a thing called document in resolve custom editor. Oh, I see. Okay. Right, so as far as how we refer to the document, well, as long as it's within the, it's all defined within here, I guess. No, it's still within the block. Oh, it's past the document, right? So looking at this, I see that I need to get the document from wherever the document is got from. How do I make config editor provider have a property? I guess I can just say this document equals document. Should be able to do that much. Cannot read properties. Oh, I was going to make this not respond so quickly as well. Of undefined, reading config file, update config file. Yeah. So still undefined. Let's go back here for a minute. Info, line item ref. So yeah, that's probably part of it, is that this is completely, this item ref thing is just it's a trick I'm hoping will work, but I don't know. Let's see, where did I put it? Line div, right? Line div does have item ref on it. Equals the info, which is the any. And yeah, definitely the info. I mean, I could just look at his class or use some other info on it and get the reference that way. But I'd rather get it from a direct reference, because there's like, they can be nested and stuff. It's hard to find things. I could make a searcher, but I don't feel like making a thing to search the structure yet. I might build something like that. I'll need more of this. And more of this. haven't had my full breakfast today. How long have we been at this? 2 hours. Okay, well, 2 hours of sort of roaming around, looking at JavaScript and a little HTML, a little CSS. Not uncommon kind of day for me. Oh. Hello. Sorry about that. I do that a lot. Yeah, so I'm looking at this and just seeing that, as we saw just a second ago, if you were paying attention, yeah, the item ref actually is on there. So there it is, boop, right on top of my head. Um, so that item ref right up there is what I wanted to see. It's what I wanted to see. So let's go and fix this up. I'm going to mute myself briefly. Don't let me forget. Aha, we're getting the info we want right over my head here. Sure enough, there it is. It's being passed to the message handler. That's what I mainly want. And then there's the error, cannot read properties of undefined on line 59, editor JS 59. Looks like the main thing. And the rest is stack. It's a lot of stack. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's cool. Cannot read properties of undefined reading update config file. Interesting. Okay. Oh, is it update config file itself that's the issue? What's going on? Well, we got the handle message E, and then we just need to look at why, but how does this thing work when it calls stuff? Do I need to put all my functions in here and just have everything be inside there? Well, that's called from there. But it does have a this on it. And I know that works. So it must be this thing is working. And it's simply defined in the blob. So again, this should be okay. I don't know what it's saying here. When it says that cannot read properties of undefined. Reading update config file. And it doesn't get to the point of printing out beyond that. Handle message. Temperature. Edit. Did it do it twice? I had it do a change message and a key up message, so I guess I can just do change. I don't necessarily need to do both. And then there's a toggle message. Where did that come from? On develop. Oh. Force modem debug. Yeah, okay. Neat. So I did get the toggle message. And again, line 4320. So things have been moved around a little because of these sections. But hey, neat. Okay, let's does it say it can't read properties when on toggle? No. Yeah, it does. Same thing on toggle. Maybe it's in update config file itself that's doing it? No. Document? No. No. I assume it's saying 59, right? Like line 50, yeah, line 59. Okay. Okay. Just deal. So this .document, again, maybe that's the problem. Also, edit is not going to necessarily have e.data. What did I call it? Info, not data. So, whoops. So yeah, that's important. I don't know. Maybe I'll call it data. Be nice about it. And then value. As far as value of the field goes, that makes most sense. And then enable. There is an enable field here in the toggle. What did it say? True. Okay, so let's make those changes to the thing. So how do you make such a change? Well, we have the data, so I guess what we just need to do is get the line and then make the change that needs to be made on that line, and we'll see what that does. Okay. So first of all, we'll do a thing where I say toggle line, or maybe I should even mention the name of the thing, but we'll just say toggle, or we'll just say set enabled for line. Boom, this document edata.line should be in there, right? Data.line, yes. Comma edata.enabled. There we go. And then we update the config file. Although the edata is, yeah, I see what's going on. It just like takes the data and says, okay, I'll use the data as it is. So I should be maybe modifying the data. And the question is, does it stay modified if I've modified it? We could add something to the data. How about that? just so we know it's been touched. We'll call it dirty data. Now what can we do? We can update, we don't want to do this necessarily yet. So we'll just hold off on this until we get all our ducks in a row. So what would I do typically? I guess I would just change the value in the thing, right? Like with switch, of course, I'm going to be changing its enabled field. So we change it to being not enabled anymore in the data. And for this one as well, we say data value equals e dot value. So we're modifying its value for sure. Also, it's going to be like doing it as a string, so we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't really care. It's fine. It's not going to put quotes around it or anything. It's just going to be treating it like a blob instead of a integer. So if you put leading zeros on it, they'll stay there, basically, is what that's about. Chompy time, hold on. Now you could use split, but regular expressions will do some nice things like preserve the number of spaces, and so I'm going to kind of use, I'm still going to go with regular expressions. So the way we do a regular expression in JavaScript is we ask someone else to handle it. Let's see if this thing, does this class thing allow me to just define any old thing, or do I have to define it after the fact like this? View type equals blah, like I did with this thing before. So resolve custom text editor is basically the init for this thing. But for now, I think what I'm going to do is just put up these functions outside the class. All right, define. I know. Let's see, then we got these kinds of things. Substitutions. So I'm going to assume if it's a switch, it's just being toggled. But I mean, in both cases, I mean, I have to do both. So I might as well just deal with. Well, if it's a switch, I guess I don't have to look at the value. So if it's not switched, then I'm going to be, update the value. Look at that. It knows what's going on, man. Knows, man. Knows. So yeah. So first thing we'll do is set the enabled state. Update the enabled state of the item on the line using / to comment out the line. So yeah, we don't actually have an info line. So we're going to be getting it just straight out of the document and assuming that all the documents in sync with our data, because it should be. We're going to try our best to keep it all in sync. So update the enabled state of the item on the line using / So also, yeah, like we already know that the item the info is enabled. All the info has been updated with the new value or the new enabled state. So all we have to do now is let's do this. if if info dot enabled replace oh wait, I guess I need to find the whole line first, so let's do this also. Option state get the range for for the info dot line in the document. Okay. Now we'll do a get the text text of the line from the document. Okay. Okay, let's do this now. Putting this up here for a minute. Gets out of the way. If the item is enabled, then remove any leading from the line. So no, it doesn't quite work. It's funny though. Oh wait, no. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got it. I guess I got it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so close. Right. There's this whole thing where I tried to do like keeping the spacing out, preserving the spacing a little better, I think. Like, yeah, I did this whole thing where I was like, let's do this. See if I remember this guy. Sub text. Okay, yeah. With $1, $2, $4, like so. I think that's how it works. New text equals text replace regular expression. It's giving me a lot of weird underlines though. I don't know what those squigglies mean, but maybe it doesn't like my backslashes, of course, my slashes. Hello. And the same here if I just want to fix that up. And then up at the end. What are you talking about with these slashes? Okay, so yeah, that's it. You just say text replace, and that's more like it. Mm-hmm. And what else we got? What else have we got here? I take a look. Let's take a look, shall we? What's the next thing to do? What is a Finnish accent? Pretty much just your standard, you know, northern eastern accent. West east, eastern west, the west of the east, and the east of the west. Um,
doing some things. Here we go. Borrowing from my earlier work just because I'm lazy. But yeah, that supposedly will give me the right bits. And then I'm supposed to say, oh, then this next part. And I think that's good JavaScript. Let's see. Well, I kind of have to be careful because, like, what happens if I remove the value and then it forgets it's a switch? No, it forgets it has a value. I think it's good. It's just that when it does the parsing, if you remove the value, like, it would actually start, it would forget that it was like, it had a value. So I need to remember, definitely preserve the state and be careful about that. Because, I don't know, maybe I should make it so you can still edit them even when they're switches. But that'll put the, that'll definitely make things a little weird in the form because, you know, it'll be empty until you click there or whatever, or it'll be very dim. Then you click there and then it appears. I don't know. It's one way to deal with it. Hello, what's going on? Not much to see here. I'm just playing around with this here interface. So, yeah, at the moment, yeah, it's all intentional because I don't want you to have to hear me chewing my foods. I'm a nut junkie. But so anyhow, what do we got here? So that's working pretty well. Um, Relatively snappy. I don't know how it'll perform on slower machines, but probably just fine. JavaScript is pretty well optimized these days, and the whole DOM thing. So now, like that, I would want to align differently. So I'll probably have these align top to the div that they're in, I guess. That's maybe an easy way to do that. We'll just check the alignment properties of this div and no, it doesn't work. What's going on with this? Dual PC, what's that mean? Oh, I see. Not really my area of expertise. I'm more of a coder than a PC builder, and I'm a Mac person. On top of it all, look out. Uh, Streaming from one game to the other. I mean, usually you have like if you're playing something like okay, I'm dating myself, but like an Unreal Tournament, you would just set up something like in dedicated server mode, and then you would just have it run on that PC in the other room, and then you would just connect to it from the stuff. Audio, I wouldn't know. Um, the last time I played games that audio mattered, that didn't just come out of your speaker or whatever. Yeah, I'm not much of a certainly not much of a network gamer. That would require me to interact with other people. Um, so yeah, I'm not the right channel for that. But there's definitely this is Twitch, so so you'll find plenty of people doing their gaming thing up here, I'm sure. So yeah, that's right. I wanted to fix my label and also put this rule in the edit view so that we don't have things being editable. I don't know where to throw this. Top, I guess. I don't know. Bottom. I don't know. Top. Let's see what that does for us. Oh, yeah, the legend label. Okay, good. The checkbox, I think I'm going to have to give that a little... I've always found checkboxes never align quite right. Let's come down to that. 2 pixels or what? 4? I seem to have them behaving in funny ways. Let's see. Should it be margin top? Ah, not doing much good. I never find them aligning nicely with the text. Is it a line baseline or something like that? That might work. It doesn't work. Anything with the word align in it? Align, content, alignment, baseline, baseline? No. Maybe another way to do it would just be to make the div that they're in be vertical aligny in the center, but I've already just made it, well, I don't know, it's hard to say. Vertical align center, middle. Text align, align anything, align content, no. Forget the tricks I've used. Maybe the label itself actually is the trick. Maybe the label has got funky padding on it. Oh, it does. That's what's going on. Well, wait, no. Yeah, look at that. It's just never aligning, no matter what I do. Oh well, we'll ask the internet. Better, let's CSS for better checkbox alignment. And when it's, when it's inline, that makes it a little tricky. And their labels consistently. Thank you. Well, yeah, there is relative position, that's true. Position relative, top minus 1px. I can do that. Oh, 0.2m, is that something that comes up commonly, apparently? Maybe? We'll see. Oh, look how nicely it aligns now. That's so much better. Okay, now stripies. Let's make them striped. Let's do that real quick. After filtering, filter text box to filter the list of options. Yep. Yeah, I don't know about that. That should be somewhere else. Some of these text boxes obviously don't need to be so wide. I can clearly make them smaller. So let's do that real quick. Input text width, let's just make them, I don't know, 15 ems. I know some are going to need to be much bigger, and then maybe I can make those with large values, like into text areas instead. That almost looks neater, doesn't it? Yeah, and then the other thing is going to be, how do I get these to look pretty? Now, these comments are in here. What do I do with them? And why are they so wide? Again, it's like, can you make the thing... Oh, and I remember now, you have to make it like... this has been a while, but you make things float with negative margins, and then... bloody hell. It's really annoying, but it's kind of what you have to do with divs to get them to have a margin and then also fill out the rest of the area, I guess. Anyway, I'm not going to worry too much right at the moment about it. Maybe a little. But yeah, some of these are really long. That's probably what it has mostly to do with. Yeah, there's that one. That's mostly what it has to do with. I think I can probably break those up into more. Oh, one of the things is I'm already breaking them up in a certain way, so I could... Here, good old extract config where I'm building the comments. We have this EOL comment thing, and it's using, I think, spaces to join them. So I could just join them with new lines instead. And that might improve things. Or not, you know. I guess it's less wide than it was, but it's still pretty wide. Which comment is it that's so wide? That's this one again. Fan control, linear, increase when temp is higher than target. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a pretty long comment, all right. Static linear. How's that? How do you like that? You, as I'm editing the file, it actually just makes the things look better. Cooling element. Laser cooler, man. So like, yeah, there's, you can kind of tell where the long ones are. They show right up. How's that? Then there's this one, PID, enter the min. Dependent compensation. So how much of this we got? There's a lot of weird stuff. And then I guess it is cleaned up essentially, but
Cool. Let's see. Oh, you don't need a comma there, folks. Or that, really. Mm-hmm. Okay. Reading, reading, reading. Am I talking to myself again? No. Okay. I have to check. I don't want to blow your ears with all my chomping, but I love these. I just love these almonds. They're so good. Chomp. But yeah, I want these to be associated with the fields above. So I got to look at what is going on. Oh, I see something. Has the field got stuff around it, or? Well, I think the way to deal with that is just to give the comment a fat bottom margin. And then some of the other trick is going to be, indent things that are dependent, I guess. Anything that has a condition on it, I guess I'll probably do something like indent it or something, just the label. Give it some padding on the inside. I'm not entirely sure yet. But yeah, there's still these dependencies that are not expressed here. So we've got to work that out. So let's fix that comment problem. Oh, I wanted to check, you can't select the text anymore. That's good. But you can still modify these. And then the other question I had was, if I leave and come back, like, is this now modified? It is modified. Let me see, I'll just use this one. Oh, it's not. It seems to be, I want to say it's not rereading the file, but it may just be that I'm not doing the updates yet, the actual updates to the file. So let's get back to the console, which is here, please. Clear that, final form. Okay, so we got the final form already. We can get rid of that. Report. Okay, console log, here's our extracted data. Extract config, and then I also have this here where it prints that. Okay. Make sure we got our logging is pretty cleaned up at this point. Okay, good. Now, comment, a little bit of a bottom margin on it. Let's see if that helps space things out a little. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the extra spacing. I might definitely put a thing up here to hide comments, though. Let's do that. Yellow.
things, filter. Let's be positive, I guess. Show comments. Good. Let's carry that forward. And we'll just have that say be checked by default. And should I keep us? Because I have to keep a running state on that. Get state. Set state text. So I don't use any other set state elsewhere, do I? Ah. Retain context when hidden. True. I see. Get state, set state does require more work. And that's what we're doing here. So we'll see what we're saving. I guess the text of the file. Yeah, we still have our mods to do as well. Like that prints some stuff out for us, which is very nice, thank you. Cannot read properties of document, right. We still haven't gotten that sorted out. What is a document? So here's our option state being updated. It has all the good info in it, but this is where it gets hung up. There is no this document, so we do have a this context, however. We have the resolve custom text editor part, which does write into this document. But maybe this is not exactly as persistent as I thought. We'll see. Get config structure. I maybe don't need that. Let me see. Nope, no such thing. That goes away.
Reload. Yeah, I guess that checkboxes just suck. You just have to make them all work better. Okay. But yeah, I want to do that particular one in the filter form, please. There you are. Hello. Filter form. Checkbox, or I should say input. Checkbox. How's it going? Let's do this. We'll just give it a little extra margin. I do like a SAS better. That's true. It's a little bit more concise. Hey, thanks for dropping by the stream, Derek. Oh, look, Tim's around. What's up? Oh, can I hear you? I can't hear you. I'll check that audio. Maybe I have it going to my... Maybe it's going to my headphones. I don't think so. No, it should be coming out. Let's see. I'm not muted. And I am hearing the Discord generally. So, yeah, I'm hearing... sound is okay on my end, but... So I didn't hear you. But does a little green circle light up when you talk? If I click on your name, maybe I can hear you. Nope, I still can't hear you, but I do see your thing lighting up though. So you're clearly speaking, but for some reason, do I need to be in the room to hear you? I see you now. Hi. Say something so I can check your audio. Stop streaming, turn on camera, mute. You're not muted or anything. Output device, USB audio. So, oh, you know what? It's going out. It's going out to my...
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hey.
Tim, what's up?
I'm just putzing around before I go in about 10 minutes here.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just
I see you're
doing what I
working
can.
on the auto build.
Yeah, I'm working on this. They got custom editor providers inside of VS Code, so you can just put your own whatever. And so I'm totally doing this, having it display it as HTML with a filter, and I'm about to make it hide comments, and I've got it. So I think it's partially working the editing part, but yeah,
It'd
just
be
kind of
nice if you had like a front end like that to do the configuration instead of having to have people uncommenting shit.
exactly. Well, that's what this is going to do. Well, what it does.
I'm
I've been
keep
meaning
an
to.
eye on that because I'll probably fork it or make my shit work with that. Is there a way, can it modify the platform IO INI file to change the build environment?
To modify the default one, because
Yeah.
I mean, I just recommend that people use Auto Build. That way they can pick and choose among the whole list of environments. But if you have one that you prefer, I was actually going to make it so you could just set it in your config, and then it would get picked up by the script and it would get set
That would work as well. Because like for example,
somewhere.
I got some builds that are like they support the F1 and F4 CPUs, but people have to manually change the build environment.
Right,
Um,
right.
I'm not an expert when it comes to VS Code, so I don't know how to interface. I guess you just define a new environment, right?
Yeah, well, it's all done. It's, VS Code is kind of, a wrapper for it. So all this stuff is really handled by Platform IO. Even when you do it from the command line, it still reads these
Yeah.
INI files. And then once you got Platform IO there, you can do INI file magic all day. And actually, this INI stuff is also doable even if you don't have Platform IO. So I've been kind of getting into liking INI files. But yeah, so this is the INI file as I currently have it for my modify the config before the build. And so you can see it just,
Yeah.
name the option, give it the value, and it just goes through and modifies
I,
it.
I saw you've been busy with with new releases, I'm wondering if I should get our branch updated to 2.11 or if I should just stick with 209.5.
Your 211 is only slightly different in that, well, it's going to be the new thing going forward, so you're going to eventually want to get there. But yeah, it's got the extra access stuff, and then it's also, 2095 is basically long-term support, which basically means, sure, if there are patches and things that people want to put in, and even like backporting stuff, I'll accept it if it's good and it works. And we'll just have 2095 be a thing that's like, or 209 whatever be the rolling 2.0 thing. And yeah,
Yeah.
but 211 is going to get all the new stuff. And also, I need to rewrite the planner and stuff to get input shaping. So it's going to change a lot over the
Yeah,
next
I
year or
can't
two.
wait until some of those features that the Clipper guys beat their dicks over is in Marlin because I can't like
There's not much to it.
the fucking user base over at Clipper is so toxic.
Is it terrible? I
It's because they think it's like the best thing ever and they force it on everybody
oh
that like you got somebody that just bought an Ender 3 and they're telling them to go fucking put Clipper on their printer and then they end up with a printer that doesn't even fucking work.
yeah. I
You
mean,
know,
yeah. That's I
it's
mean,
so stupid.
it's great. I mean, I think if things come pre-packaged, like a board that's made for Clipper, it has it all on there. It's wonderful,
So
you know.
here's my problem.
But
The dev
we're all
over there.
hacking, right?
So the dev over there.
Yeah.
Um, I I submitted a config to their repo, followed their things, and he wouldn't merge it in because I had commented out examples of like NeoPixels and like our ABL probe and stuff because their configuration is a fucking shit show. Like it's overly complicated
Mm.
and their documentation is so fragmented it's not even funny.
Mm.
And like I spent all this time putting these configs together and testing them on hardware, and he wouldn't publish them with the examples. And it's like it almost feels like they're intentionally trying to make it hard, so there's a higher learning curve just for the sake of there being a higher learning curve. Because God forbid, people be able to use things easier. I'm like, I'm literally the manufacturer of this board. Like, if I want to provide an example config with examples for other products that tie into this board, I should be able to fucking do that.
Yeah. Do they not maintain example configs or something?
They are bare bones. They're absolute
Yeah.
bare bones, like motors and end stops. You can't put examples to show people how to, like, oh, here's how you get a BL Touch working on this board, or here's how you would get a probe, our capacitive probes working on this board.
Mm.
They can't have any of that. I'm like, I was like arguing with the dude. I was like, dude, I'm literally the person who maintains this board. The only people that this would affect is our customers, and I'm trying to make it easy for our customers to use your guys' overly complicated firmware,
Right.
and you're shutting it down because you have these arbitrary rules that don't make any sense for some reason. It's like I understand wanting to control the code, but this is not affecting their code. This would only affect our control boards.
Yeah.
And so at that point I was like, I'm not even bothering trying to get your guys' stuff working. We're just going to steer our users away from it because like you guys are intentionally trying to make shit harder when it doesn't need to be.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess they kind of expect they have to manage their own little group or whatever, and they probably have very limited resources or whatever. I kind of like when it comes to Marlin, I feel like it's like everybody's contributing, and I just try to bring in maybe to a fault. I bring in too much stuff, but I try to accommodate as much as I can. It's like somebody's like, I really want this thing for this obscure magnetic tool changer thing, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll try to make it work in there, but if we can get it to fit with something existing, that would be better. But there is
Yeah.
that whole idea of like rep firmware where it's very modular, and all it is really is under the hood. It's just we drive stepper motors at different speeds in unison, and you figure out how to coordinate them and turn them into a thing that's called
Yeah.
that looks like a printer. And I kind of almost like that on a certain level because you can build anything out of it. But at the same time, it's like we're tailored very much to a certain realm of like we got things that move like this, and it's like
Yeah.
it's very tied, and I don't know, there's just so much to be done. It's like, and I feel like of course they can't support all the screens and they can't support all the like everything, and like
I feel like we're in the situation
So
of supporting them
I
all.
took the plunge. I think the stream is still up on our channel, but I had my Ender 3 with the easy board and a Pi 3B plus on there, so everything I need to run Clipper. And like I'm going through their documentation. The thing is, like, you go into their disc, they go okay, go to use our Discord server for help. You go in there, and like, mind you, I've read through the docs. It's not working how the documentation should say it is, and there's like parts missing, and you don't know that those parts are missing
Mm.
until you go into the Discord server and you ask for help, and then they like fucking berate you for asking for help where you're supposed to be asking for help, and they tell you to read the documentation. It's like, I literally just told you I'm reading this page, put a link to it. This is not working. The config, the settings that you guys lay out in the config are not functional on this newer version because it was clearly written for an older config
Mm.
or an older version of Clipper. So it's like, but they're very like pretentious about it. And
Uh,
that's what I don't like about that firmware. So I've been very vocal about telling people to stay away from it because, like, it's cool, it works well, but it's not. If you don't have hours and hours of time to try to get it working and decipher what they are trying to do,
mm.
um, it's just a shit show.
Well, I do like that you now have something like a bamboo carbon, which I don't know what kind of I guess it's running a Clipper-like firmware on it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much. I mean, they've been posting some source, but yeah, that machine, like, it started out really good. Everybody was like raving about it, and then like as the machine started to get used more and more, I saw like a lot of people having problems with them.
Yeah, I imagine they must wear down quickly when they're trying to do so much fast speed and at a low quality components. Like
I
maybe,
don't get why people are so obsessed with trying to, print a Benchy in 5 minutes and it looks like ass and it's not accurate.
yeah, I mean, I do love the idea that you can like go at those speeds. I certainly like anything that gets rid of like having to level the bed and deal with all that crap. But you're always going to have failures, and the failures are going to be spectacular no matter what kind of printer you're using. So yeah, it's like, and the main thing for me is like how easily can I, once it's failed and completely clogged itself up, how back quickly can I get back to work with it. And if you're
Yeah,
using something with all kinds of commodity ender clone parts, it's like, yeah, I can just pull stuff out of a drawer and probably get back to work. Whereas with this thing, you
yeah.
might have to, you have to wait for things to overnight ship or whatever, and yeah, you don't, and they might not even do that kind of service. We'll see in the long run, but the
Well,
main
yeah, and that's what I
thing
was
is,
telling people. Is like it's like it's all proprietary, and that's fine and dandy. But if they're going, they're sending these printers to people that are in like the DIY, like
yeah,
that's not appealing to people who want to be able to upgrade and mess with it. Like, it's more
yeah,
of a, they're trying to make it an appliance, which is fine, but don't be like, um, send it to the right target audience. It's more, maybe more for people that are like more generalized and not 3D printing focused, because a lot of
yeah,
that stuff, you know, I mean, it's like Joel telling, like, he doesn't know how to use stuff, and that's like good for his audience. But like they're sending out to other people that are like in the Creality market and stuff, and it's just like these kind of people are not going to be okay with having to wait for parts because they're proprietary,
right.
or not being able to upgrade to whatever hot end. I think it's just gonna, it's more along the lines of like Ultimaker and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. That and surprising and shocking, Ultimaker's still around and going. uh,
I think the only reason Ultimaker's still around and doing stuff is because they got, the educational and the commercial segment. It's a completely different segment as to what, the machines you and I are messing with.
yeah, and Ultimakers are, they're beloved, very reliable workhorses, and they've had, they got a long history. I think they've. We just actually got the UM2 Plus, like finally got a support for that in Marlin, so yay!
What was that?
We got to finally get the Ultimaker 2 Plus support in Marlin, so
Wow.
yeah, I can imagine
How's
that.
the input shaping? Do you guys have any? Do you have any? I haven't kept up with it. Is there like beta code for that already, or is it still like?
It's still a being worked out theoretically. Um,
Okay.
like we have a different kind of planner situation, like the way that our stepper situation works. Like, we've got ramp up, plateau, ramp down, and you've got trapezoid. So they're, perfectly sloped, linear acceleration. Then we have X curve acceleration. So if we just want to mess with the linear acceleration, essentially input shaping means making little janky sudden changes in that acceleration in time with the the reverse resonance coming back at you as your machine
You're basically
resonates.
with the planner directly then.
So my thinking was just to like try breaking up those trapezoids into janky bits with specific timings and just kind of experiment with that, rather than trying to get into the deep mathematics of making it perfect based on resonances and so forth and using all the formulae that are being thrown at me.
Saw there was an improvement to linear advance in 2.1.1. I saw that in the change logs.
Yes, someone figured out some timing issue that was causing Trinamics to
Like panics.
do their trinamic panic. There was trinamic panic. So hopefully it fixes that trinamic panic.
I'm hoping that will fix it for ones running standalone. Because here's the thing: you could run it on UR controlled 2208s. We did it on our EasyBoard version 1. But the main issue is on like the Creality boards and these other ones that have like these trinamic drivers on them that are just in standalone mode.
Yeah.
Which Creality still does to this day. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm simpler to manage, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, it'd be nice to have that.
Think about it, like all those boards, they're having to manually set all the VREFs. Like they can do that all in fucking software.
Yeah, it's so much nicer, honestly.
That's what I tell people. People are like, "Oh well, we had customers who buy because we sell the 427 boards, which is their 32-bit 2225 driver, which is literally just 2208." I had some guy fucking tell me, "Oh well, the 2225 is better than 2208." I was like, "It's the same driver. It's just in a different package."
Yeah.
It's literally the same driver. He's like, "Well, it's a different number." I was like, "Dude, it's the same fucking driver. It's just in a bigger package.
Yep.
That's it. It's the same thing. It's
Yep.
a 2208. They're not better. They're not worse. They're just a different physical package."
Yeah, we treat them the same in Marlin for sure. Yep, we treat them identical in Marlin, so there's that.
Yeah. Well, that's correct because that's what they are. They're 2208s just in a different package.
Right on. So yeah, this whole thing about configuration, actually, the big deal about it is that a lot of this is going to end up going to documentation as well. So I'm scraping this stuff not just to pull it out and be able to make this pretty form, but all the comments that I have here can be turned into, the documentation as well.
That's good.
So I've been meaning to do that.
You know what my biggest thing is, like, people are like, there'll be people that are like, "Oh my god, like I love Clipper because I don't have to recompile my firmware." It's like, how often are you changing your fucking firmware?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like,
how often do you and then people still recompile their firmware anyway. So.
Oh yeah, they do. They absolutely do, and it's like that's not. I'm sorry, that's not a selling point for me to use Clipper. Like I have printers I haven't touched in over a year. If it's working, I'm not fucking with it.
And honestly, building is not that hard. If you want to build, you just go to the build screen and you build. At this point,
everybody has so many issues with VS Code. It's insane. Like, I don't get it. Like, I have it on multiple computers and it works correctly. I don't know what people are doing.
Oops. Let me do a quick thing. I've been playing with that. Let me get my simulator out here. The simulator's working in pretty good shape these days, and I can even run it on my M1. Hurrah!
Have you heard any more news about those HC32 Chinese chips?
Build. See, I can just go to build, and it's easy. I haven't heard much about them, and I guess GD is going to be in our face eventually, forever anyway. So we're going to have some kind of GD eventually support. But
I made my own like GD labeled environments. They're just tailored. Maple environments.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just so people are like, "Oh well, I have a GD. Okay, well then change it." But the thing is, most of this stuff. So here, this is all the information I have. So here's I'm gonna send you in a PM. This is the Voxelab H32 source code. So they did actually release it, but the thing is, they're literally having to fucking compile it with fucking Eclipse IDE.
Oh my. That's no fun.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like so, there's literally a guide there. I don't know if that will help you compile, but I mean, the problem with these Chinese chips is like they make the hardware and the software is just like very like non-existent or doesn't work correctly.
Yeah, it's hard to get good software um, from these guys, and it's usually pretty janky. It's sort of an afterthought for a lot of them, I think.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of it. Like I've been pushing back, because Creality's sending those H32 processors out in the Ender 2 Pros, and I've told people like, sorry, like you need to get source code from Creality. We can't do anything. The only thing I can tell you is buy a board that we have that supports it that'll go into that machine.
Right.
But Anycubic's using them now. Creality's using them. Voxelab's using them. And they won't take STM code. It's not like the GDs where some of them just take STM code and it works. Like the F303s will take F103 code.
Right.
But like the H32s, nothing fucking works on them. It's so weird.
Woo!
What up?
Your little M1. What is that? Like, what is that software running?
It's running natively, and it's running Marlin, and then on top of it, it's running IMGUI, and some of that's built on SDL, the standard direct media library, and some of it has it's like built on this own widget kit, so it has all these widgets that you know.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's just IMGUI, and this bit here is just a little OpenGL window. So I've actually been reviewing my OpenGL so I can put some proper models in here and also make the camera behave more like properly rather than like, why do I want to look over here? There's nothing there. So I want to just have it spin the printer in place and have a proper printer model in there. So I might do some things in Blender because again, I've been kind of having fun with Python, and Blender is very Python friendly. It's got Python under the hood, so I might be able to do some things, whipping some stuff out in Blender to produce OpenGL code and then stick that in here. Like OpenGL export or something of a simple geometry. Yeah, just because this is basically like, it's just doing RGB texture stuff, and it's very, very basic. It's been a long time since I used OpenGL raw. It sucks. It's no fun. But I mean, you get great performance, but God, it sucks to set it all up. Get me back to Unity or game engines or Unreal Tournament or whatever, or Unreal Engine or whatever. I'll take that instead.
Do it in the Source Engine, Counter-Strike Source.
Yeah, I'll do it all in Source Engine, man. Welcome back. Make my Half-Life.
I'm looking through this code. There are a bunch of fucking files from that Huada semiconductor that makes this.
Right.
I don't know what the fucking proper, like all the peripheral files and the pin definitions and shit. This is outside of my realm. But like all the supporting files, like the libraries, I think is the correct term for the processor.
Right.
So there's probably enough here to make an environment, but like, why the hell are they using something with Eclipse IDE? Like, holy shit.
Right. Yeah, that's a little annoying. See if my
I haven't
sim
fucking
works.
used Eclipse IDE in forever. Like, I used that back in like the early 2000s for Java courses.
Oh my God. Yeah, and there's some folks just like building around it because I guess it's all there, it's all prefab, and if you want to make IDE, you just pick up the prefab Eclipse instead of building your own. But nowadays it's really straightforward to build stuff for like Platform IO VS Code rather.
ESP Home uses Platform IO. Like everything's starting to use Platform IO, even all the ESP shit, the ESP32, the 8066s.
Oh yeah.
But I doubt like anybody's gonna be able to go to that company that makes a processor and be like, hey, can you get your processor supported in Platform IO? Because then it'll be fairly easy. to get
Yeah.
it in Marlin,
Well, that's
but they're not going to do that. Their fucking libraries. I'm looking at the libraries are fucking 8 years old.
oh my god. Well, I mean, everything is supportable in Platform O because, like, if you wanted to support some, like, send someone else's library to their registry or whatever, you could do that. And like, basically, all that Platform IO maintains is like a list of like all the libraries that anybody would want to import, and then like there's someone else is responsible for actually maintaining those libraries. But check it out. Look, I can actually set a breakpoint, and there now I can check and see what the variables are equal to.
Interesting.
I can do
So you
stepping.
can like make sure everything is communicating and setting the right settings at the right time.
Yeah, like check it out. I got like Marlin state. Look, it's actually an MF running state. um,
HSC printing, yeah.
but yeah, I can go.
That's pretty cool. That simulator is awesome.
Yeah, it's helpful to have, just
Instead of having to deal with a real machine.
and all. Yeah, like I can just instantly run it, and I can, and then I get the main thing for stuff is like being able to do the main thing is being able to do the menu development. Like I love that I
Yeah.
have a simulated screen, so I can actually just, if I want to work on new menus or rearrange them, I can just edit this thing,
Do
and
it right there.
I don't know why it's blinking like
So
crazy, but
should
it
should
is.
I so should I if I'm gonna go is the code vastly different? Because looking at the release notes, it looks like 2095 and 211 they're pretty in sync aside from like bleeding edge features. So
Yeah,
if I'm gonna update my code base from the 2093 because that's what we're on right now is 293, I should probably just go to 211.
yeah, it won't hurt. It won't hurt.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything
Because I know the
major in
longer I
211.
wait, the more of a pain in the ass it's going to be to update our base. Because like basically what I do is I build off
True.
the same core Marlin files with minimal modifications, and I do as much stuff on my files as possible.
Yeah,
So
that's a good way to go. And the other thing is, yeah, with these config ini things, like I have it set up so whatever you happen to be running at the moment. Let me do this. Hold on. RB2. See if I can rebase on things. Yes. Okay. So whenever you're running, like I can export the current configuration as it is. Um, you do a build and you can export your config. So it's like if at any
see,
point you need,
I will give you guys props. One thing I do like is that when you guys change like different define names, you
yeah.
guys throw an error in the sanity check, like Clipper.
Oh yeah.
It just doesn't work. It just bombs out. It just doesn't work. Like they don't even like if they change things and rename things. You're
Yeah.
playing a fucking guessing game.
Well, that was like at a certain time when since we were stuck with only being able to use Arduino IDE as our main build thing, we needed some way within C++ to do all that kind of thing to error check and we knew we were going to be
Well,
changing options all the time, so it was like we definitely need to check
well,
this.
I gotta get going because it's past midnight here.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I saw you. It said you were live. I was like, I'm gonna pop in and say hi.
Same
Um,
here.
but
Cool.
yeah, so I'm going out of town Friday. I'll be back Thursday the week after. We're going to do some work stuff and also some personal shit down in Phoenix. So,
Right on.
um,
Cool.
but yeah, my girlfriend and I are going to do that, and then yeah. So, but
Nice.
I am getting back into the swing of things now that shit's settling down. We had to do some downsizing with employees over the last month because all the economic shit that's happening.
Oh yeah.
So like the problem is a lot more stuff's falling on me, because the stuff still got to get done even if I can't hire it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it sucks, but I need to get our stuff updated. So, but I do miss our hangouts. I just been fucking swamped. I had a ton of shit. Like in 1 week, I had 2 air conditioning units fail here. I had major electrical issues with my car. We had Chris's grandma passed away, and then my
Damn.
sewer had an issue, so I had to get that fixed, and then my sump pumps had problems, all in 1 week, all in the same fucking week.
Damn.
So, and I did a lot of it. I did a lot of it myself. It's another reason we're going to Phoenix is they're having the celebration of life on the 13th for her grandma. But we're also visiting a buddy of mine that's like we do affiliate stuff with the company, so I was able to, use that as an excuse to expense it. So it's always nice we can kind of double dip there.
Right, right.
But yeah, it's just been nonstop shit, and like I'm over it. So
I hear you.
like I need a fucking break, but it's like I can't even do that now because I got to be working more to make up for the gaps that got opened up when we had to downsize because I can't, if I don't have revenue coming in, I can't pay people.
Well, things are looking positive in the short term. We'll see how things go. Just the job numbers this month were surprisingly positive, way beyond anybody's expectations. So everybody's anxious to get over this pandemic thing,
Well, my worry is that like most of those probably are jobs that came back,
right?
Like that got killed off.
Sure.
So it's like, is it really new job creation? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's always the wonder.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I killed 2 jobs, but then I brought them back,
Right.
Like, that's still, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure a lot of it is just recorrection from the situation we've been in. But just getting back, like I don't know how many were lost over the last 3 years, but
I'm playing with these, doing octoprint builds
Ooh.
for these little boards. These are those Odroid
oh, those are cute.
Yeah, it's in a case. I just put it in here, but this is you can actually get these. They're based. I think it's a rock chip is the CPU, but it's actually faster than a Pi 4.
Oh yeah, it would be.
So
Nice. That's what you want,
but
right?
I won't shoot this shit. I'm still around. I've just been
Cool.
doing crazy shit. See how big my puppy is now?
Oh my god.
Come here. Come on.
Oh my god. He's a beast. Oh,
Yeah.
what a cutie. What a cutie.
He's not even 2 yet. He'll be 2 in December.
Oh my god. Well,
He's about 80 pounds.
it's good that you're keeping him fed well. He seems very happy. He seems thrilled.
He's my baby.
Oh my god.
I'll ping you later this week. I just wanted to touch base and say hi.
Cool. Yeah, it's great to see you, man.
Yeah, you're looking good though.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to stay healthy, stay optimistic.
Yeah, we just we're no longer buying like processed shit. We're
I got the bar.
Healthier snacks. Pull-ups.
I got the pull-ups. Got to keep my pull-ups. I got that wall across the way allows me to like do my pull-ups against the wall. It's really funny. So yeah, that's all the exercise I can get when it's 105 outside. It's like, no, I'm not going for a run. Thank you very much.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, bike ride, no.
All right, Jay.
All right, cheers.
I will talk to you later. Have a good night, Cody.
You too, man. Bye.
All right, bye.
In all your travels. Yeah, so I'm still live streaming. I'm not gone. Hold on. We're still in the live stream. Hold on. I'm still streaming. Still streaming. Streaming for you. There I am. Oh, hey, I'm back. Let's share my screen again, just because I'm going to be quitting pretty soon, but I figured I'd put this up, keep it up while I'm doing this last bit of work. Because we make some good progress, I got to say, but I really want to hide those comments, so that's the next bit. And then I'm going to get the editing working, and then I'm going to get some food. How long have I been streaming now? Let's take a look. Been up for 4 hours. Yeah, that's a good time to call it. What do you say? Making good progress, and I'll be back to make more progress, and you'll see how that goes. That was good to see Tim Hoagland stopping by. Don't see him enough these days. He's been busy and stressed and all the other things going on, like life. So you know how it is. I keep away from life. It's too much. So anyway, thanks for hanging around for 4 hours and stopping by when you could, folks. I'll see you soon. Bye.